Hey guys, welcome. I am sorry I am running late. I am trying to get the link so I can send it over to a friend who may join us tonight. But my computer has been having some interesting technical difficulties. So I'm gonna have to try to pull it from my iPad to get over to our friend. Hi, how are you guys doing? What's everybody reading? Hi, there's multiple links. Okay, what's everybody doing? How are we having a good time? Okay. Now that can go away. Okay. Got it taken care of now. We're doing good. We're doing better. We're going to remove fake me from this conversation. Maybe, maybe not. Looks like fake me is still in the conversation, but you know what? We're doing our best. Anyway, so I have been having some slumpiness since I finished You Sexy Thing by Kat Rambo, which I really, really enjoyed. But I've had a hard time kind of getting into anything since, which is why I went to an ice planet because ice planets are always a good time. I always have a fun time. I read half of this, if not a little bit more, during the Super Bowl last night because I read during the sports ball parts and watched the commercials and the halftime show, which was delicious. Let's be very clear. That was a good time. Um, and I'm really deeply amused by the people in my career and in my job who wanted to talk to me about it. Because, well, some of them I could have predicted. There were others where I was like, really? This is the direction we're going? Do tell. Let's try. Um, so that was really fun. um, Pardon me, I just immediately started coughing as soon as I went live. But my favorite part about it was actually how many people I got to explain why Serena Williams was there. That brought me so much joy. And here comes a friend. Hello, Jacqueline.
Hello. Sorry, I would have been here sooner, but I opened Instagram and an edit of Anne Shirley and Gilbert Blythe was the first thing on my page to like Hosier, and I had a little bit of a breakdown, but I'm here now.
It's okay. I understand. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'm just glad that my computer decided its rebooting was going to finish right before stream
Yeah, for sure.
because it wasn't connecting to Wi-Fi until I rebooted and it decided to update like 6 things. So we're
No,
we're doing our best here.
it's just how it goes.
Did you get to watch any of the sports ball day yesterday?
No, no.
Were you working?
I was, and also, I don't care. And I'm too tired to pretend like I do. So,
That's fair.
yeah.
I was just telling the folks in the chat that I read this during the sports ball and watched the commercials. I'm a little over halfway through.
Oh my god. That one's such a sad one too.
Yeah, this is a very different direction from the
Yeah.
other ice planets.
I
But
love
I'm
it
hoping for
though.
some more lore drop because the last few have had like some really good like universe expandy lore drop moments.
Yeah. Yeah, you're getting into like kind of the bigger universe cuz let me refer to my notes here.
Back to your
On the
chart.
ice planet
Like I might have to
universe.
give up on my like I'm gonna read them slowly as they come out
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah, cuz that's Barbarian Heart,
Barbarian's Heart,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, Barbarian's Heart.
She just got done
Yeah,
filing
so
down his broken horn.
yeah. It's
They're
so
very cute.
good. It's so
They're very cute.
good. I think the next one in the series, I mix up the names. I think the next one in the series is like a second chance romance. This one's like an amnesia type thing.
Yeah,
But
this one's
then
definitely Amnesia. And then I have book 2 on deck for the Disco Space Opera, which is Devil's Gun. I also have The Botanist's Daughter, which the cutie at the bookstore has recommended to me a few times.
fun.
And then I also have this. I basically can't make up my mind. There we go. So I'm gonna finish this, and then who knows what's gonna happen next? Maybe it's an ice planet on my Kindle. We don't know.
Yeah. It's yeah, because you have like 4 more until if you read in kind of the universe of
Oh, the big chunky
the
list you
big
gave
wide
me.
universe, there's like 4 more before like you kind of switch into the bigger, wider universe.
She's been dropping like breadcrumbs into the bigger
And it's
universe.
crazy. It gets crazy.
I'm
Because then
looking
you get
forward to
into
it.
like
And
the pirates, and then you get to like the farm planet.
this had pirates. This had lots of space.
Yeah.
Just no
Different
sex.
kinds of pirates. Yeah.
No sex. I have to do something because I don't get my next Haven Ever After until the end of this week.
That's rough.
I'm all caught up, and it's really a challenge.
Yeah. At least it's only end of this week.
Yeah, I've just been waiting for it since the end of November. So
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I've been waiting for what do I have on hold? I have oh God, what's happening here? My phone hates me.
I understand that.
I have
Sometimes it feels
the
like
one
the universe
I'm
hates me.
so excited for. Okay, wait, I have the next Killer Gross is like on hold at the library. Whirlwind, which is like a Twisters romance.
Okay.
Is fun. The next book in the Butcher and Blackbird series. And the one I'm really excited about that like just became available to like place a hold on Libby is the next Sarah Blue book that's in the Omegaverse ice hockey series that I'm reading.
Excuse me, Omegaverse Ice Hockey. Please do tell.
One Pucked Up Pack. It is hockey reverse Hera or why choose Omegaverse romance.
Sarah Blue, you say?
Sarah Blue. One Pucked
With
Up
an H?
Pack. Yeah.
Adding that to my list.
It's the first one's okay. Because the first one is like, oh, I choose, and the guys don't hook up. But then the second one, it's like a triad relationship.
You know I like a pile.
And there's a female alpha, which I love to see. And this one that's coming out is Coach's Daughter.
Oh, fun.
T.
There's only 3?
Yeah, there's only 3 in that series.
But you just want all the attention right now.
Really
so
do.
What are tonight? What are you going to read
You
tonight?
cut out. Sorry.
I'm sorry. My internet might be trying to troll me a little bit. Or what are you going to read tonight?
Okay, so I have like 3 options. So I should finish 20% stud, 80% muffin.
Oh, you're still reading? I figured you were done with that.
Yeah, I don't know how to read, Liz.
I mean, that's exactly why I'm reading Ice Planet is because my brain stopped reading. So
yeah, I don't.
the thing that fixes that is something like Ice Planet.
I'm like 43% in. Well, like no, like physically reading, don't know her, only audio. It's my life now. So I'm like 43% of the way into that one. And it's not that I'm not liking it. I just don't know how to read. Or I should probably start the book for my book club.
Workbook club?
Uh,
I'm assuming you're not talking about potatoes.
no, book club at work. We're reading Sword Crossed by
Oh,
Fran
that one
Murray.
looks really nice. I've been eyeing
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah. So I'm excited to read it. And that meeting's on Sunday, so I should read it. Or I got abducted by aliens and now I'm trapped in a rom-com, which comes
I'm
out
so excited
tomorrow
for this one. I've pre-ordered this one.
or next week. Yeah, it comes out next week. So
Well, then I know what I'm reading next week.
yeah, very, very excited to read it. So yeah, I just have to decide if I try and just finish the Stud Muffin one or if I start Sword Crossed.
I mean, how close are
finish
you
that
to
by
finishing
Sunday.
Stud Muffin?
I'm like 43%. It says I have on my Kindle, it says I have 3 hours and 30 minutes left.
I mean, you can finish that tonight if you're vibing with
I
it.
could finish it tonight. Yeah.
But is it more important to get some progress made on Sword Crossed?
I know that will. I'm like, okay, if I finish this tonight, then I can like start Sword Cross tomorrow.
Yeah.
And like get into it. But like I have to, like if I'd have to start Sword Cross tomorrow no matter what.
Yeah. Well, you could see how you're feeling with Stud Muffin.
So true.
And always change up. There's no locking yourself in. We make our own rules.
No, I can't. Yeah. No.
All I know is I'm finishing this tonight because
hell yeah, so good. I really liked that one.
I'm enjoying it. My favorite though, I'm liking him a lot in this.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty precious, but my favorite's always going to be whoever that was in number 4. I like the Tarzan Jane story a lot.
Yeah, number 4 was fun with Rauk.
Rook?
Yeah. Rook? I think it's Rauk.
Yeah.
And then I also really like, I think it's Barbarian's Taming was the one where it's like a little bit of a friends to lovers type.
Is that the one with the deaf girl's sister?
Yeah, deaf girl's sister. Yeah.
That one. Okay, let's see what everybody else is reading. Hello, Lily. When the Moon Hatched. Oh, 285. You can get that finished. I remember Lily's a fast reader.
That book is so thick.
But she's only got 300 pages left, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, like, to other people, that's a whole other book.
Like, both of these books that I have here are under 300 pages.
Yeah, like, I think this one is this whole book is less pages than, like, the last quarter of When the Moon Hatched. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. I could read either of these whole books, and it would be less pages than what Lily still has left.
Wild. People got a lot to say. These words, they just keep coming and coming, you know?
What to say. One of my direct reports has taken to trying to make herself seem more intelligent by using ChatGPT, but unaware that I can tell that she is using ChatGPT.
ChatGPT is actually the downfall of humanity, and
This woman's 51, Catherine.
Dear God.
It's not even like a baby. She's 51. And I'm like, I need a quick update on this specific thing that you're working on. And then I get like this much of an email of just ChatGPT gibberish.
It's like, why? Think for yourself.
Like, it would have taken you less time to give me the 3 bullets that I actually need from you.
can't. I can't. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Being a boss is awful.
Yeah.
People are the worst. Hi, Roger. What are you reading? Downloaded Our Lady of Mysterious Ailments.
Ooh.
Hadn't really planned to continue the series, but something about the author today, and it was available on Libby. So I guess it was meant to be. Sounds like it, Leah. Who did this one? I don't recall hearing about it, I should say. I may have.
It sounds like historical. Wait, can I guess?
Yeah.
Like genre. I love guessing genre just based on title. So it sounds like similar to The Lost Apothecary, in where it's like a historical, like maybe some like mystery, perhaps a little bit of magic, but like you aren't too sure if like it's actually magic or if it's just science.
Goodreads listed as fantasy, urban fantasy, mystery, young adult, paranormal, magic, ghosts, and Scotland is apparently a genre.
Scotland. Not historical? Dang.
It's part of the Edinburgh Nights series. The first book is The Library of the Dead.
I was really thinking that it would be like a historical.
Interestingly, it takes place in Scotland, but this main character needs to call on Zimbabwean magic as well as Scottish pragmatism to hunt down the clues.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. The shadows lengthen. Will the hunter become the hunted? When ghosts talk, will she listen?
Will she?
Leah, is it historical? Because so far the synopsis for either book does not say historical. So we're confused. Because it does give historical vibes. Even the covers kind of give historical vibes.
Yeah. Well, at least I was close.
Yeah. You were like in the magic vein. Little paranormal.
Yeah. Mystery.
Yep. Hey, Faye, I need to finish The Mask of the Deer Woman audiobook tonight and then post a review tomorrow. Having trouble focusing on audiobooks. Suspense is what you need. I'm having trouble focusing on reading, period. So sprints were called for. I feel you.
Sorry, reading? I don't know her.
We're doing our best. We're trying real hard. Reading Mirror of Beasts by Alexandra Bracken. Silver in the Bone. People liked Silver in the Bone, I feel like.
I think so. I like Alexandra Bracken.
I have the Owl Crate version of Silver in the Bone because I keep forgetting to cancel my membership or even skipping my deliveries sometimes, and so then I just end up with a bunch of books I'm not going to read.
I really need
waiting
to
for their sci-fi.
All of my subscriptions. I think I just need to cancel all of them.
Yeah,
because I'm not reading the books.
That one until they come out with their quarterly sci-fi subscription, because I'm worried that if I cancel this one, I'm gonna like lose my place in the wait list on that. But once I can get I know, but my brain tells me that I might, and I've just gotta.
I don't think so. I thought I was on the wait list for the romance one, but apparently I never got like an email about it.
You might have to try again. Like I feel like I've had to sign up a couple times.
That's so annoying.
But the sci-fi, they've announced the first preview for the sci-fi book, and I know exactly what book it is, and I'm excited because it's already on my to-read list.
Yeah, I thought I was signed up for it, but I don't know. I feel like it's one of those annoying things where it's like a Google form and they don't send you like a confirmation email saying you signed up.
Yes.
I'm like, that's just all I need.
I just need to know that I did it, or else I'm going to be on your list 16 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel you on that.
But
I hope you're enjoying it, Roger.
I think I'm going to cancel all of my subscriptions because I'm just like, I'm not really reading them. And the copies are pretty, but I also like, I don't need 5 copies of the same book, and all of them just end up being the same books. And
Yeah.
It's fine. Normal copies are okay.
They're fine. And by and large, the books that I read aren't in these subscription boxes. So why am I even
Yeah.
getting them?
Yeah. So,
No. Leah was supposed to be reading Wild Seed by Octavia Butler, but couldn't get that series. Yeah, Octavia Butler's a little too real right now, I feel
it's
like.
rough. Yeah, I
Because
keep
it
on
was a
seeing these
little
things
bit
of like you should be reading these books. I'm like, we're living it. I don't want to read them.
like real life scary enough.
I
Like I couldn't
don't.
even watch Handmaid's Tale because it was too real. Don't want.
Yeah.
I already read the book. I don't want to do that again.
Yeah. I even read the book. I again can't do it. I'm too much.
But Leah's saying it's more dystopian, which like I don't read dystopian during a Trump administration because it's too real.
Crazy.
The I'm assuming this is about the magic ghosty book.
Our Lady of Mysterious Ailments.
There you go. I did not remember that. It's one of the most it's one of those where most of the time you're thinking, what the okay. But a wild ride. I needed it more than Wild Seed. Yeah. Sounds like Wild Seed's
Yeah.
not the right mood right now. Yes. So Owlcrate is doing a few quarterly subscriptions for other genres besides YA fantasy. They have a romance, a romantasy, a sci-fi, like adult sci-fi, and then I think there's more, right?
Maybe like a mystery.
Maybe. But I know the first book that they're going to do in the sci-fi series in May is Overgrowth by Mira Grant. Because their hint was too obvious. And I'm waiting for another book from her. Like, I don't know when it's supposed to go. Oh, I will say if you do decide to watch the Super Bowl footage at all, I fell in love with a gentleman whose number was 68 on the Eagles. He was a former Samoan rugby player who never played football before he got drafted by the Eagles, and he was juicy. And I really enjoyed watching him run up and down the field.
Horror. So horror
Oh.
sci-fi. Yeah.
That
Sorry.
makes sense. That makes sense. But like I want to get my sci-fi book because they do make really pretty copies of books. I just want books that I'm actually going to be interested in, like the sci-fi one.
Yeah.
And just coming spring 2025. I've been on the wait list like 4 times. They don't tell you when they're going to start like reaching out to people. It's just very confusing. I want a pretty sci-fi book, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I know like the first one for the romance one is First Time Caller. So
What is that?
BK Borison, it's so good. It's like a Sleepless in Seattle type vibes, bit of a slow burn. I loved it. It was so
Well, so is Sleepless in Seattle.
Yeah. Yeah. So true.
If you're a fan of Arthurian legend, then Silver and the Bone will be enjoyable.
I do love Arthurian legend.
The second book's out.
There you go.
Hello, Jean. 35% of role playing.
So that's by the one by Kathy Yardley.
I'm sorry you're fighting a cold, Jean.
Yeah.
Role playing. Oh, the cutie at my bookstore told me that they were going to teach me how to play D&D because I'm a big nerd, but I've never been invited to a D&D game and I've never attempted to play. And they were like, I will teach you.
I want to play D&D so bad. And every time
you should come visit me, and then the cutie at the bookstore can teach us how to play D&D. After I come visit you.
I could.
It's much more boring here.
Not quite so much theater happening there.
No, I am building the most obnoxious list that is going to dictate how long I have to stay in New York.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yes,
There's always
Kathy
a
Art.
lot of things happening.
Oh, we got a Grumpy Sunshine,
Yeah.
maybe?
It's a good realistic romance for those over the age of 40. Yeah, Kathy Yardley does like older, not the little babies in the romance.
The Huntress and the Hound is not the right book. Was that last month's?
Oh,
Literature?
yeah, that's totally fine.
When is your next month for literature?
Mine is March.
So soon. What are we thinking? What
I don't
What am I
know.
going to get to read? Because I always read yours.
We have to see. I might do something. I have a couple options, so we'll see.
Yeah, I can see. Sometimes your brain can't brain when you're sick. Although the one time I had COVID, I read all of Addie LaRue. That's just read it
That's crazy.
while sick. Yep. Nice. Managed to do another book unboxing on your channel. That's 2 consecutive years. And you've done one so far. Proud of you,
Hell
Roger.
yeah.
You've been posting a lot of game content lately, I noticed, because I'm finally starting to like see you in my subscriptions again.
There you go.
But yeah, so I'm very excited for whatever I decide to see while I'm in New York. I will send you a list so you could tell me what you want to see with me.
Good. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm gonna be obnoxious. It's just gonna be bookstores, musicals, and museums.
This is the city for that.
Well, the last time I was in New York, it was purely museums because I was doing research for something.
Gotcha.
Because, I've got a whole degree in museums. Like, that's helpful in life.
But listen, I got a degree in theater, so like, let's not.
I mean, I read cuneiform. I'm not good at like practical things.
Yeah.
But I'm really good at 2 truths and a lie.
There you go.
Because all of my stuff sounds like a lie. Hoping you'd break through the algorithm again. You did. I'm seeing you again. I promise. I was like, hey, look, there's Roger. Recommend going to the Russian tea room. Have you been to the Russian tea room yet, Catherine?
I haven't. I've been to the Parisian tea room. There's a couple different tea rooms and things around here.
I'm kind of tempted to go to one of those Russian Turkish bathhouses and get beaten with the oak leaves.
I will not be joining you for that.
There's one around the corner from the hotel I want to stay at. So
there you go.
Have fun. On the highlights that they were showing me. I was like, oh, sure. I can go get beaten by some large Russian man with a branch.
Kinky.
The last time I was in New York, we tried to go to the Guggenheim. The day was closed. Yeah, you got to be careful. When I was in LA, I tried one day, my last day, which was a Saturday, where things should be open. I tried to go to Ripped Bodice, and it was closed for a wedding. And then I tried to go to Hollywood Forever Cemetery, and it was also closed for a wedding.
Yeah.
And I hate weddings. So
I love a wedding.
I went to a really conservative Christian college, so I was a bridesmaid 7 times before I started telling people no.
Yeah, that's rough.
Like boring evangelical weddings.
Yeah. No, you gotta get a wedding site you're gonna party at.
Yeah. They've gotten better as I've gotten older, but still. Okay, you ready to read some? What are you gonna read?
Let's read. I'll start with Stud Muffin.
I'm gonna set us to the 30. I've got to edit. Oh no. I have a 30 that's not the last sprint. Look at me go. Okay, see you guys in a bit. Hello, I'm being climbed all over by a monster. How are you? How was your book?
Hello.
Did you read
Reading.
Stud Muffin?
I did. I read.
Yeah.
I read like 10%. It's fine. We're fine.
But you did it. You read, and I'm proud of you for that.
Thank you.
Don't knock your
That's it.
accomplishments.
Big day. Big day for me. Reading a book.
I'm in the little, what do they call them? The novella, the bonus novella.
Okay. I didn't read any of the like bonus novellas because I listened to all the books on audio.
See, that's one of the reasons why I was like, I'm just gonna read them like this, because then I get all of those bonus things without having to like
Yeah.
hunt down 15 different novella mashups. He's literally here trying to nurse on my finger right now. I just want
Sure, why not?
He's a mama's boy for sure. But I like this one. I completely forgot about the village
Yeah.
from the last book because they found it in the
Yeah, it's
last
crazy.
one. Completely forgot about that. I was like, oh yeah, no.
Forget about that.
Huh?
It was so sad. They're caves.
Oh, it's all collapsed. I was really sad about the starving Metlak who ended up in their cave while they were on their little sabbatical. Like the mama Metlak monster who was starving and trying to find food so she could nurse her baby.
Oh yeah.
Because like once we got to whichever one the deaf girl was, and
Yes.
we saw them communicating and like being their own little culture, they make me sad.
Yeah.
I want them to have a moment of their own. I don't know why. They just make me sad.
Yeah, I don't know if they really as far as I'm at, you just kind of get little pieces of them, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't. Like, why would you? They're obviously not the stars of the show, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Seeing them as more than completely two-dimensional, I enjoyed. They make me sad now because they're struggling.
Yeah. No, that's
I like that he did
fair.
finally get her an egg though.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
uh so
How's Stud Muffin?
it's fine. I the writing is confusing. Like I feel like it like kind of it jumps in times a little bit and like I don't know. It's not it's confusing to me.
I feel like smut shouldn't be that confusing.
I mean, it's not really like just purely smut, like it is like a whole story. But
Fine, I guess.
I mean, in the same way Ice Planet Barbarians is.
Yes. Yeah. This actually had, I mean, because of the purpose of their story, this one was probably the cleaner of the Ice Planet books.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not
Yeah, I
saying it
mean,
was
they
smut free, but it had the
range.
least amount of smut.
Yeah, they range because there's some that are like super like have a lot and then some that are a little bit lower or like it takes a little bit longer. And then when you get to like I was on the Ristaverse and those are all like novellas and they're short. So it kind of like leads up to it. And then you get like one scene and that's kind of it. Um which is fine. It's a novella. That's the purpose of it. But yeah,
You don't want it to like just be constant smut in a novella, because then you might as well just be on AO3.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah, with this one, so this one, they're And I know everyone jokes that Ice Planet Barbarians, they're like Avatar, Blue People Avatar. This one even more so because the one creature they like have like the tail that like does things in the
Okay,
same
so
way that
extra
Avatar
Avatar.
does, which is funny.
The tail that they use to
So,
rape their horses.
okay, no.
But they do though. But they do though.
That's
Because they use the
not
same appendage
no.
for sex and riding horses. I've never been over it.
Yeah, but it is different.
James Cameron that much. Do you?
I mean, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this.
Oh,
This is
yeah, no.
different.
Talking about Avatar.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't think about that one too much.
I'm a sci-fi girly, and I watched that in the theater once and then never again. I've never engaged with the content a single other time. I was
You
like,
know
I'm
what?
done here.
I'll speak my truth. I had a good time watching it when I saw it in theaters.
Pocahontas Fern Gully Dances with Wolves.
Yeah, but exactly. I was like, this was great. This was fun. I had a good time.
So there's a scene towards the end where the old guy gets in the mech suit to like fight
Sure.
him in the mech suit. And the theater that I was in, the reel popped off of the projector during that scene. And all the lights in the theater
How?
came up and like the movie just stopped with no credits. And I was there with my parents, I think, because we are all sci-fi people, so we thought we'd go see it together. And I just
Yeah,
looked at both of my parents and we're like, okay, we can go now. Like we don't have to finish this.
that's so funny. No, I saw it with my
I did stay
dad.
and finish it, but I regretted it.
I didn't regret it. Oh no. I feel like I had a good time watching it. I thought it was fun.
I
I
haven't watched
thought
any of the new ones.
no, I didn't watch the newest one. I think like when it was made, it was like pretty amazing, like visually.
Oh yeah, the graphics were incredible. It's just the plot
Yeah.
suffered for me.
I don't know. Again, the plot was like Pocahontas. It was like,
Pocahontas Fern Gully Dances with Wolves.
yeah. So like it's like great.
Yeah, I've seen all those movies before though.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm never gonna complain about seeing something that I enjoy another time.
It's beautiful. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
But as a sci-fi girl, I felt a little odd about not liking that one. It
Yeah.
was like everybody was freaking out about it, but I was like, I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, now I don't know what I'm gonna read after this though. I've got so many options. But I'm just
I
having a good time
mean,
with my blue boys.
I say the Chloe Lease book, but yeah, that's only one of the ones that you showed that I've read. So
What, you mean you haven't read the Disco Space Opera?
no, I can't really say that I have.
It's got ghosts and pirates and were lions and a plant person and a ship named You Sexy Thing.
Yeah. I remember you were reading that one last time.
I was reading the first one in the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked it. It was like an ADHD chaos adventure.
Yeah. Sounds fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Enjoyed it a lot. Which is why I went ahead and decided I was going to try to start the second book, but then I hit a like brain fart where I couldn't read.
Mm-hmm.
I got like 16 pages in and went, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah. I
You
get
know how it
that.
goes.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to break up the sci-fi, you can do Chloe Lease or that other one.
I have the botanist stuff. Which
Yeah.
is a horror.
Oh, it's a horror?
Mm.
Oh Oh my god, I thought that was like a cozy fantasy. Never
No, this is
mind.
supposed to be like it's got body horror and shit. I think the cutie at the bookstore was telling me that it had like some shades of Frankenstein, which I love me some Frankenstein.
Sure.
It's an unusual thing to live in the botanical gardens, but Simon and Gregor are an unusual pair of gentlemen. Hidden away from the disapproving tattle of Victorian London, they are free to follow their own interests without interference. For Simon, this means working on his taxidermical art. Gregor's business is exotic plants, lucrative but harmless. Until his latest acquisition, a strange fungus, which shows signs of intellect beyond any plant he's seen, inspires him to attempt a masterwork. True intelligent life from plant matter. Driven by the glory he'll earn from the Royal Horticultural Society for such an achievement, Gregor ignores the flaws in his plan, that intelligence cannot be controlled, that plants cannot be reasoned with, and that the only way his plant beast will flourish is if he uses a recently deceased corpse for the substrate.
You can't really say that's my vibe.
He got me at Frankenstein, but I do have some issues with zombies. But Frankenstein and the monster is not zombie in my brain, so I'm a little worried that this is going to get a little too close to zombie-like for me.
How is Frankenstein not zombie-like in your
Because he's
brain?
intelligent. The monster is intelligent.
But
he
there can
complex
be
arguments
zombies
and
that are.
conversations.
Okay.
Yeah, if they're more intelligent, I can deal with a reanimated corpse. If they're like going to have a whole conversation and not just be like, smash brains. But the monster has feelings and a whole gambit of emotions and loves art, and plays the violin.
Sure.
He's a smart monster.
Yeah, totally. But also,
I get that it makes no sense. Listen.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. I'm not saying it's logical.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying it's what my brain does.
Yeah.
Yes, Raven, that was Ohan. He's a monster, but he's on the other side of the room now. Hey, Julie. Still reading The Traitor, Baru Cormorant, which sounds like it should be a Star Wars book. Every time. It's good, but it's difficult to get through. Definitely going to go with something easy to consume once you're done with this. How much further do you have in The Traitor, Baru Cormorant? I think it's because Baru feels like Batu to me.
Yeah, it does have a little bit of a Star Wars sound to it.
Which my little cousinette, my cousin's daughter, had a whole moment with Rey in Galaxy's Edge, which was really precious while we were there.
Cute.
Made my little heart real happy.
Good.
She got into it too. It was real precious. I think the only character she interacted with the whole day.
Nice.
Yeah. Hey, Vanessa.
Vanessa. Oh my gosh, wait.
Vanessa.
I think so. So you probably aren't still here, but if you are, I'm gonna finish this book that we're buddy reading at some point. I swear that's gonna happen.
What was the last thing we joked about? Oh, it was the Hunt the Stars, where we're like, yeah, we should maybe buddy read that someday, maybe.
Yeah, it'll happen at some point, probably, maybe.
Maybe. Or maybe not. Either way.
Who knows?
It'll be an adventure.
Yeah, for sure.
Getting a feeling I'm going to fly through the rest of this book. That's good. It's a good feeling when you're like, it's all downhill from here, baby.
Downhill sounds like a bad thing.
No, but you're speeding up. You're racing through.
I know. That's the thing. Everyone, normally the saying it's all downhill from here, people mean that as a bad thing of you've reached the peak and now it's all downhill. And I'm like, no, but downhill, it's yeah, you reach the peak and now you're home free. It's
all exhilarating.
Yeah.
The wind's in your face. You've gotten through the crap. The crap's the uphill. That's the work.
Exactly.
Downhill's the fun stuff.
I'd say it's all uphill from here. I gotta fight to get to the next peak. That should be the bad thing.
I gotta walk 5 miles in the snow uphill both ways. You can always say
Yeah,
it went downhill. Downhill's easy.
exactly.
Sunday morning.
That's what I'm talking about.
Here, I agree. Fern Gully, what? Yeah. I refer to Avatar by James Cameron as Pocahontas Fern Gully Dances with Wolves because it is a mashup of those 3 movies. Which apparently Pocahontas was the top movie on my 10th birthday.
Hmm. Fun fact.
Yeah, because they were doing one of those bits on TikTok about what was the top movie when you turned 10.
Mm-hmm.
Mine was the least traumatic option of my friends, interestingly enough.
Yeah, what were your friends?
There were a lot of just like post-Soviet era disaster films.
Sure, of course.
It was just a lot of like chaos and like governmental collapse and
Yeah.
239 of 399. So 170-ish pages left. Yeah, no. This is not a place for math. We both
Mm-hmm.
have humanities degrees. We're not here for math.
Yeah, we don't do math here.
No. That is why calculators were invented, and I didn't major in math. I did have friends who did. They make really good money.
Yeah, my best friend's fiance, he has his degree in math and like got a PhD in statistics. And I'm like, I don't understand you.
Yeah.
But also, I get him to read monster romances. So,
I love this for him.
yeah.
My friend whose husband has a PhD in math only reads comic books. So, I mean, not that I judge that. I read comic books, but he's not nearly as fun.
Yeah.
Monster romances are way more fun.
Yeah. No, it's great. But also, anytime I would like go to their house for like a party with their friends, I'm like, I don't know how to talk to all of you. It felt like well, did you ever watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
No, weirdly, I didn't.
Oh, that's
This
crazy.
seems odd.
Well,
Yeah.
there's like one episode where everyone goes to the like sergeant's house for like a dinner party for the sergeant's husband, who's like a philosopher type guy.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all like, oh no, we're all like jock type people. And so they're like trying to be like intelligent to not like embarrass their sergeant.
I like it.
Yeah.
What light through yonder window breaks. Try to be smarter than you are. Which were you the one who just went and saw Romeo and Juliet, or was it Jayla?
I did see Romeo and Juliet.
So jealous.
It was
It
so
looks
good. I had a really good time. I got a tote bag
Oh, very nice.
because I liked the
Little baby
image.
Kit.
I thought it was fun. Oh, Kit and Rachel.
Well, I don't know who Rachel is.
What?
What has she done? I don't know who Rachel is. I know she's famous.
Rachel Zegler?
Yeah,
She did West Side Story, the like newest movie.
Oh, the little Maria.
Yeah.
Okay, then I've seen that.
Yeah. And
She was
she's
just,
done like a million
nobody
other
to me
things.
when she was in it. I was like, look at this sweet little nobody baby.
Yeah, because she was literally 17.
Yeah.
She asked for time off from filming so she could be in her high school production of Shrek the Musical.
Precious.
She's like, I really want to do this, but also I really want to do like my senior year musical. And Steven Spielberg said, of course.
Precious.
Yeah, super cute.
Yeah, I watched that in the theater, but I haven't watched it again. I'm not the biggest West Side Story fan.
Yeah, that's fair.
Uh,
She unfortunately has this curse where she's been in quite a few really great movies and she's been like really great in them, but then she's had like really terrible or like problematic co-stars. Because like that
who
one
was
had
problematic in that one?
Ansel Elgort.
What did he do?
Oh, he like messages underage girls and like a whole
Ugh.
thing came out. Yeah. So is that she was in Snow White, like Jean said.
Oh, well, there's also all of this, the like little person scandal of not actually hiring any little people to play the
Yeah,
dwarves.
there was drama with that, and then Gal Gadot was in it, and yeah, it's a whole
Oh, is Gal
thing.
Gadot canceled?
Yeah,
I'm assuming because of Israel and Palestine.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like an easy thing to assume she got canceled for.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh yeah. Yeah, so she's like does all this stuff, but then her like co-stars will and she'll be fine. But
She just
yeah.
makes bad projects.
Yeah. Well, she's 17. How is she supposed to
I
know?
mean, maybe she needs better representation to help guide her.
Yeah. Well, Romeo and Juliet was great, and I think she was great in it. So,
And kid's unproblematic.
oh yeah, absolutely.
Sweet little baby boy.
Hmm.
So Julie says her next semester is a math course and she's very sad about it. I believe in you. You can do the math.
Good luck.
To get through all the gen eds to get to the fun literature courses. Jean knew she was from Snow White, and I was just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I know the name.
Yeah,
Hey
she's in the Snow
Emily.
Night.
Hey Emily, when are we supposed to start February's book? We haven't talked about it at all. Has Sam even finished January's book? Because I think you already did. I finished January's book. Because that's what I was reading this for. This is part of my sci-fi buddy read with Sam and Emily. We read a sci-fi book a month.
Nice.
Now
So
our second
fun.
year of doing it.
Woo!
We only
Party.
missed like 3 books last year, so we did okay.
Nice.
Thought Rachel was canceled too. Is Rachel canceled?
No, people are just misogynistic and hate women.
I don't know. I didn't even
No,
know who she was, so I can't say if she's canceled or not.
no, the only thing with her was when she was like promoting Snow White, they were like doing the thing of like, yeah, strong women who don't need a man, and everyone like decided to take an issue with that. Yeah.
Because men.
Yeah. And yeah, so I don't know. It was stupid.
Yeah, sounds right. Are you gonna
But she
go
was great
to
in
the
Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Everyone's great in
oh
there. So
in that?
yeah, she's the main girl in that. Did you not watch that?
I've never even finished the original movie series.
That is crazy.
I watched the first movie and I read the first book and a half. And then I never came back to it. So I figured
That's
the Ballad of
actually
Songbirds and Snake was not for me since I had zero context for it.
no. I mean, I think you can kind of watch it without context because it's a prequel. But it's great. You should watch them. I mean, a little too true to life, but
Yeah, and I was reading them uh in Ohio during an election year.
it's rough.
And it was too much at the time. I didn't want to do it. So I just never came back to it. And
Yeah.
have I told you about what every time I see the title for the new book, I don't read Sunrise, I hear or read Surprise. So in my brain, every time I see the title, it's Surprise on the Reaping. It sounds like the world's
Yeah.
worst surprise party.
Yeah, that's a rough surprise. No, I'm so excited for that one.
I too have checked it out from the library. See, I think January's book was like a 4.5 star for me. I had a great time. Emily did it all on audio, and it introduces a lot of very alien characters all at once with a bunch of weird names. And I can't imagine how lost in the sauce I would be purely on audio with that.
Yeah. That's this one right now. I'm reading it and I'm still like, there's too many people in this book. I can't keep track of you.
How many people are in Stud Muffin?
I don't know. Like, they're in this like town, and so there's like all these people in this settlement and people who work on the guy's like building crew, and I'm like, I can't keep track of who you all are. So confused.
Although, by the way, this is the first Ice Planet book from the special editions where they don't have the whole list of all the characters.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I literally looked for it. It's like, wait, this is missing something. I don't need it, but like I'm used to seeing everybody's names and mates and who's dead and who's not.
Weird.
It's shocking to me because it's been in every single, like, what is this, 9? Just surprised me. That's all.
Yeah, interesting.
Probably finish February's book by next weekend. It's shorter, luckily. And that's because Sam kept complaining that we picked too big of books. So we picked a bunch of short books to start the year off with so that Sam didn't complain to us.
Sometimes that's what you gotta do. You gotta
was
start
short.
slow.
January's was short. This was only like 300-ish pages. Yeah, under 300. 292.
Here you go.
Misogyny is rampant. That is accurate.
Sure is.
Other garbage. Jean has also only seen The Hunger Games.
Well, you know, the Hunger Games movies are actually really good, like, adaptations. So
I mean, I love Stanley Tucci.
Yeah. I mean, he's a minor character, but yeah.
And that was my I wanted more.
Yeah, he's not one of the good guys, but you know, it's fine.
No, that's fine. I'm used to seeing him as not a good guy. I just like seeing him.
Yeah, sure. But it's not about him.
Mistakes were made.
No.
I did enjoy. I had zero context going into the movie. I hadn't read the book. Nobody had told me anything about it. A friend took me to the movie. And we sat down next to a group of older gay men who had brought like every snack that existed in their pantry to the movie theater in like their coat with them. And so the whole movie, they were trying to like pass me Skittles, these strangers. And
sure.
And at one point before Rue died, one of them leaned over and he's like, I have tissues if you need it. I was like, why would I need tissues?
Why wouldn't you?
And then I did end up needing the tissues. And the
yeah.
Skittles. It was very kind of them.
That's rough.
My favorite, though, of like people prepping to cry was my second screening of Endgame. A guy came in because it was like the day after it released, because I did the midnight and then I did noon the next day because I love to hurt. And a guy came in a full Iron Man cardboard constructed suit that he had clearly made for himself. It was very impressive. He came with a giant bag and he just started like pulling out little packs of tissues with motivational statements on them and tossing them to everybody in the movie theater, being like, we're gonna need this, guys. We're all in this together. We're here for each other.
That's so funny.
It was great. Really, he was doing the Lord's work and I appreciated him.
Yeah. Hilarious.
He has read the books though. I also never finished the Twilight movies. I don't think I watched the last 2, but I read all the Twilight books.
You don't have to.
The only thing about prequels is that there will be a lot of name drops that you won't get context for. That's fair. I had that problem, Audio plus Aliens, with Catherine's Valentine space opera. What's that? Valentine space opera? Is this your Valentine space opera? Whose Valentine space opera is this?
I don't know.
But yeah, I need more information. I've got questions.
Yeah.
February Sci-Fi is Everfair by Nikki Shaw. I had to pull it up because I didn't remember. I also got it from the library. Everfair by Nissi, not Nikki, Nissi Shaw. A brilliant neo-Victorian alternate history novel from acclaimed short story writer Nissi Shaw. Potently explores the question of what might have become of Belgium's disastrous colonization of the Congo if the native populations had adopted steam technology as their own. So it's like a steampunky alternate history, like Afro steampunk.
Yeah. Interesting. Very cool.
Of the Goodreads reviews, it sits solidly at a 3. I'm a little scared. Like
You know what?
It's not going to show up.
No, it's not.
But it's like solidly. But I've often disagreed with Goodreads, so. Nissi Shaw. Still need to read Hunger Games. I know I'm probably going to catch some heat for not already doing so. So sorry. Not for me. I read 1.5 of them.
I just like, they were a cultural phenomenon and they are incredible and they do hold up. And I do think everyone should read them.
Maybe I'll try to go back for them. But I also haven't been able to get into Red Rising because it felt like too much like the Hunger Games to me.
I haven't read Red Rising, so
I've heard it's only the first one. Emily will attest. She's tried to tell me multiple times that I just need to get through the first one, and then I'm going to enjoy the rest of them. But
yeah, I don't really have a desire to read them, but
I did at one point, but then I tried, and I got to a point where a major early character died, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't emotionally attached yet. They came out. I think I read the Hunger Games as they came out, and that's enough for me. I was like in my first job after grad school when the movie came out. So I think I was probably in grad school while the books were happening.
And you don't do a lot of fun reading then?
No.
No.
That is when I read Twilight, but it was while I was working on my master's thesis, and it was like a solid week and a half where I just got to turn my brain off and escape from working on my thesis. I had 1 week where I read Twilight from book 1 all the way through the end. And then I had another week where I just played Tetris with the sound on nonstop for a week.
Why with the sound on?
The music's very soothing. I don't know why. The music was really critical for my mental health. The Tetris music was really much needed.
Hank Green. Are you familiar with Hank Green?
I think you can't be unfamiliar with Hank Green if you spend time on the internet.
That's what I think, but there are some people. But Hank Green has a great song called "The Man Who Throws the Tetris Piece," and it uses the like Tetris song. Yeah, it's great.
Have you seen the Tetris movie?
No.
So Taron Egerton, who I adore, sweet little baby Taron Egerton from Rocket Man, he did the Tetris movie on Apple TV. It was the history of how Tetris got out of the Soviet bloc to the Western world, and it was wild. It was wild and hilarious and action-packed. And he played a little computer nerd who ended up in the wrong place at all the wrong times. And it was definitely worth a watch. Especially if you like Taron Egerton.
I do love him, but Sounds crazy.
Because it took a lot to get it to the West. It was wild.
Who'd have thought? What a crazy thing.
Well, it's based off of a book that I think Noelle actually read, but I waited for the movie because I just wanted to watch Taryn. I didn't care so much
Yeah.
about the history as I did Taryn in that one.
Fair enough. I understand.
Oh, Catherine Valentine. Valente. I read that as Catherine's Valentine's book. Monday, guys.
You know
Catherine
what? And
Valente.
you said it, and I said, sure, that seems correct.
Oh, what is Catherine
That sounds right.
Valente's space opera? Wow.
So funny.
Catherine. Oh, I think I've maybe seen this one, and I wasn't sure about it. Yeah, I've seen this one. Because it was billed as like Eurovision sci-fi,
Oh, that's fun.
which seems like my cup of tea.
Yeah,
For some
that
reason, I was
exactly
like not
seems
in the
like
mood for
something
it.
you'd like.
I don't love reading about music competitions though.
Oh, interesting.
Like I also don't like when romances have musician love interests. I don't, maybe it's because I dated too many musicians. I'm the child of a musician.
Mhm.
It doesn't really Roger my Hammerstein.
Sorry.
Ever heard that one?
No, that's a crazy thing to just pull out.
This is my gift to you, Catherine.
Really Roger my Hammerstein. That is insane.
I stand by it.
Sure. I like a good, I don't know. Okay, I've yet to find a good rock star romance that I like. I'm really hopeful because I just downloaded um Ashley Poston's next book. I just got an arc of that. And he's like supposed to be like Hosier, so not really rock star.
Well,
I have
but like your kind of rock star though.
yeah, I have liked Kennedy Ryan wrote one about a rapper, and that one was great. And Christina Forrest's latest one, he's like an R&B artist, and I liked that.
One of the Haven Ever Afters had a musician in it, and it was my least favorite.
That's fair. I don't know. I read one kind of like rock star romance series, and I read them. I didn't like any of them. And the last one was Surprise Pregnancy, and it was terrible.
Oh,
yeah. So
like I'm fine if I know that it's gonna happen going in. Like
well,
surprise.
no, because that
Like
one
Ice
it's
Planet,
like
they're screwing to get pregnant.
well, yeah, but no, with this one it was like she was like the younger sister of one of the girls in the previous books, one of the love interests of the previous book, and like they have a one night stand, but they also hate each other, and then she ends up pregnant, and she like is not equipped to have a baby, and I'm like, you know, abortion is an option. Like, I feel like with where you're at, and the fact that you do not get along with the father, and the fact that like
is this the right call for you right now?
19, like I feel like this isn't a great idea for you. Yeah. Anyway, did not like
I
those.
get it.
Yeah.
Leah, what did you think of Space Opera? Because I've been on the fence about it. The sequel just came out for that from Nisi Shaw. Good to know.
There you go.
I'll let you know what I think whenever I start it. I guess I got to start that this week. This February is a short month. I read one Rising, and that was enough. No, yeah, Roger's a Divergent boy. I've never watched any of those movies or read any of those books on the Divergent series.
I really like the first one. The second one, I was like, what? And then I didn't read the third one, and then someone spoiled what happened, and I'm like, that is the most insane thing. But you know
I've heard
what?
the end
Like,
is bad.
good on Veronica Roth. She was like, I'm taking a risk and I'm committing. And I do admire her for that.
Sometimes you got to take a risk. I've
Yeah.
never seen any of those. Weirdly, I've never seen any of the Divergents, but I have watched what I consider the Wachowski sisters like version of Divergent, or like their version of a YA, which was Jupiter Ascending, which was a
I
fever dream.
love yeah.
I love it. It's
I love it
chaos.
in a way where you're like, this is insane.
It's like Eddie Redmayne stays at a level 12 of intensity the entire movie.
He's in that movie?
Yeah.
What am I thinking of the right?
Eddie
I
Redmayne.
think
It had Sean Bean in it and Channing Tatum and Mila
okay, yeah, I am thinking of the right movie. I forgot he was in
screaming
that.
the whole time.
I mostly just remember Mila Kunis and Channing Tatum being in it and being like, that
And
this
then
is
like
crazy.
they pulled the like Sean Bean's dead. No, he's not. He's a villain. No, he's not. Like they used all of the like tropes of Sean Bean in one movie.
Yeah, yeah,
It was a
as they
wonderful
should.
movie. Raven has not heard of Red Rising before now.
You could read it if you want to.
It's Space Hunger Games, and then it's apparently not Space Hunger Games anymore, but it starts off as Space Hunger Games.
Hmm.
In fact, Mars Hunger Games. I guess what faction you'd be in. Is this a faction?
It's a Divergent, yeah. Divergent, they're sorted into different factions.
Does it involve a hat?
No, they do. So you're obviously like born into a faction. Because that's wherever your parents are, they're in a faction. And it's like a personality trait thing. And then like when you turn like 16, you like take a test to find out what faction you're supposed to be in. And most people are like sorted into a specific faction, but then some people have multiple faction traits in them and they're divergent. And you aren't supposed to be divergent because you aren't allowed to be multifaceted in this society because that's dangerous and could cause an uprising against the government, you know.
I mean,
Because if you're fearless and smart and kind, too much.
I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, no, too many things.
Too many things.
So then the main girl, of course, is a divergent, and so she is to the person who like does the test is like, you have to hide this, like you have to like, I won't report you, but like you have to hide it. Choose, you know, stay in candor, which is the faction that she's in. And just like don't do that. But then when she's like choosing which one, she like accidentally kind of chooses, you know, Dauntless, which is the brave one. And that's that.
Interesting. Isn't it the girl from The Secret Life of American Teenagers?
Shailene Woodley.
I think the only thing I've seen her in was The Secret Life of American.
Did you never watch The Fault in Our Stars?
I know that was a John Green thing, but
It was. It was great.
I know both.
Also has Ansel Elgort in it. Unfortunately. Anyway.
I mean, I'm apparently I'm under a rock a lot of the times. Like if not for all of the drama around It Ends With Us, I would have had no idea who Justin Baldoni was.
Fair.
What does he do? I don't know, but he's bringing Blake Lively down, and I'm kind of okay with that.
I don't know. They both seem like terrible people, and
Yeah, they both do, but I've disliked her for a very long time. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah. Yeah, everyone's like Team Justin or Team Blake, and I'm like, they both seem awful, and I don't want to hear their names ever again.
But it's also making what's her name give up her Instagram and possibly writing. I'm not mad about that.
Honestly, thank God.
Really doing the Lord's work out here. Tetris is soothing. Tetris is like anti-anxiety medication in digital form. It's like so soothing. Yes, Tetris has a movie. Sort of. It's not like the Emoji Movie. It's more action adventure history movie. You know, like you do. Leah did not like the Divergent movie. But now she wants a Valentine's book. Isn't the next holiday book Go Luck Yourself? Isn't that supposed to be No, it's Christmas and St. Patty's Day. For some reason I thought it was going to be Valentine's and St. Patty's Day. I liked the first one of those. It was cute.
There's one called like Stupid Cupid. There's a couple Cupid ones.
I read Stupid Cupid. It was fine. It was not my favorite monster romance of Monster March Madness. Oh, are you doing Monster March Madness again?
Oh God, I don't know. We'll see. I have to get it together, but we'll see.
Figure out if I need to prep some space in my bullet journal for it this year.
Fair enough.
I had fun with it. I read some good monster smut.
Good. That's always the goal.
Never the Right Time. Red Rising's another one you need to read. Don't know why we exploded Leah's brain, but we did. Maybe that she hadn't heard of Red Rising? Raven hadn't?
Or this is me explaining what Divergent is.
Oh, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a delayed reaction to Roger One's Hammerstein.
And reciting the start of Divergent. Love that.
Oh, is that the first line?
I have no idea.
The Marked Men series by Jay Crownover.
No, I don't think so. Jay Crownover sounds like a guy's name, and I don't read books by men.
Like, I don't read books by men. Who does that?
I had someone ask me in an interview today. They asked what like how should we like market books towards men and get like men more involved in romance. And I was like, I don't care about men.
Ever.
And you can quote me on that. I'll say that on the record, but I genuinely do not care about men's opinions, but sure.
What are you being interviewed for?
I'm doing, it was like a pre-interview thing for a panel I'm on for something. Hold on, what is it called?
Very fancy.
New York Book Forum.
Fun one's up.
On the 17th.
That'll be fun.
The 17th? No. On the 19th.
President's Day?
On the 19th. There we go. Next Wednesday.
Oh, okay. So I think 17th might be President's Day.
17th is for President's Day.
Off. I have a long weekend this weekend.
Must be nice.
But I also worked 25 hours in 2 days and joined reading sprints for literature while completely like falling apart mentally after working a 15-hour long day.
Yeah, that's rough.
And reading monster smut downstairs at a restaurant while my entire board of directors was upstairs having their dinner.
Could. Sounds like a great time.
Yeah, no regrets. So no, we don't think anybody has read this, Jean. Please tell us more. I did not watch Jane the Virgin. Did you watch Jane the Virgin?
I did for a brief amount of time. I watched like the first 2 seasons. I liked it. I had a great time. It's bonkers. I mean, it's set up to be like a telenovela, so.
Yeah, it's never a thing I tried. I assume that's Justin Baldoni's in that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen anything. How do you remember all of that? I just looked and I read Divergent in 2012. I definitely don't remember those details.
Me? Because that's just the plot. I don't know.
Catherine's just better than us, Leah.
No. I don't know. I feel like everyone was talking about it when it came out. So I also didn't read it.
I've ever heard.
I think I read it not that long ago. Like it was definitely maybe 2018 or 2019, but I didn't read them when they were first coming out.
That helps. So you've had a few more years with it, or less years since you've read that. How is giving up writing? Who's giving up writing? Somebody writing? Were you writing, Catherine?
No, Colleen Hoover is giving up writing.
Oh, who? Not how.
Who was giving? Yeah.
This feels like a very passive-aggressive question, Jean. Like, who is this directed to?
Colleen Hoover is maybe giving up writing. I don't know.
Did at least give up Instagram for a while, and we're thrilled. I also we work with a lot of, especially in our housing facilities, like our housing places, a lot of women who've come out of domestic abuse, who've had a lot of issues, and that is one of the most requested authors for their library, and it hurts my heart every time.
Gross.
Every time. Love the Tetris movie. Good rap for Eastern Europeans. Yeah. Tetris movie. Yeah, good rap, not rap.
Yeah.
I gotcha. The Tetris movie was really interesting. Accurate of what was happening in the East behind the Iron Curtain.
That's cool.
One of my favorite Divergent quotes is in my bio. Being fearless isn't the point. That's impossible. It's learning to control your fear and how to be free from it.
There you go.
Very Frank Herbert. Fear is the mind killer.
Yeah.
Or Mary Shelley. There's nothing so terrifying to the human mind as great and sudden change. Fear. So real, Catherine. Books by men are so often disappoint.
I especially like a book written by a straight man. I have zero interest. I don't care what they think. I don't want to hear what they say for 400 pages. Their opinion is irrelevant to me. And the less I hear men speak, the happier I am. The only time I read a book by a man is if it's queer. And that's that.
Close the book on that one, as I am on a taste test vlog journey reading all John Scalzi books, who is a straight white man. But
yeah, I zero interest.
I already have them all, so I need to read them.
Yeah, sure.
And I read a lot of sci-fi, which unfortunately historically has had a lot of straight white men in it.
Yeah, and I'm a romance reader, and generally
very few straight
mostly
white men.
Women. Yeah. The only straight white man books that I read is John Green.
Are there straight white men romance authors?
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I know there are, because they try and have their book in our store, and we read one page and we're like, this is terrible and misogynistic. And what do you mean her, she walks breasts down the stairs boobily. Yeah, her breasts move boobily, and Yeah.
A straight white man. Let's see if Google can do this for me. Oh, wow. The first example that Google has for me does really drive home your theory, because a well-known example of a romance novel written by a straight white man is The Notebook by Nicholas Sparks.
Which isn't really a romance movie or a romance book. I mean, it kind of is, but not really. But also, he says terrible things about the romance genre.
Also, Google's AI got real confused because it starts with, because I like to see what Google AI says just to see how bad it is. So the first one is The Notebook. The second one of well-known examples of romance novels written by straight white men. Hold yourself together for this
Sure.
one. It's Red, White, and Royal Blue by Casey Winkleson.
And that's why AI is the downfall of society. And anyone who says that AI is helpful in any sort of way, get out of here.
That's so funny. That's so funny. But everything else that's pulling up is like breaking up with straight white men. Like, let's not read straight white men. So like there's nobody who's making a like, here's a straight white men list, which fair. But I genuinely can't think of a straight white man writing romance right now.
Yeah, writing like purely romance, I'm sure they do exist, but again, I have no interest.
Here's one called It's Raining Men by a guy named Rich Amui.
Doesn't really sound like it'd be straight, but you know.
Oh, according to the Goodreads profile, Jay looks female.
Okay.
Presents as female.
There you go.
So not entirely off the menu.
Yeah.
Never read Colleen Hoover. Honestly, neither have I. I'd have no interest, no desire. The majority of books I read are still from female authors, so I get you there. We care about you, Roger, even when we don't care about men. Please know you are excluded.
Sorry.
There is a big... Oh my gosh. In one of Steph's Patreon sprints this week, there was a really unhinged conversation around menopause and some weird things that happen during menopause. And there was just one lone man in the chat suffering through our unhinged conversation around female anatomy and how it's...
And you know what?
Like estrogen.
If people who go through menopause have to go through menopause, then people who don't
hear about it.
Like, the least you can do is hear our complaints. Like, that is the bare minimum.
Yeah. I mean, our bodies go through so much.
Yeah.
But apparently, the lack of estrogen can make your menorah, not your majora, but your menorah disappear.
And
we don't know where it goes to. Like, we haven't figured out where, but they could just go away. And it led to like an hour-long, like tearfully laughing conversation about like your menorah just like going off on an adventure like The Hobbit.
Sure.
Just, like Bilbo Baggins with his little map going on an adventure.
Totally. For sure.
I'll never read Colleen Hoover. I've not read Colleen Hoover. Thanks for the permission to not read from her. Yeah, please don't. Don't do that to yourself.
I've never read a Colleen Hoover, and every time someone tries to explain one of her books to me, it gets crazier and crazier. Like, it ends with us. Someone was like explaining it to me, and you know, first time I heard about it, all I heard about it was like, yeah, it like involves like domestic violence and like she gets pregnant and it's a whole thing. And I'm like, oh, okay, does not sound like my vibe. And then someone else was like talking about it and they're like, yeah, and then it like romanticizes it and blah blah. I'm like, okay, yeah, it sounds terrible. And they're like, yeah, and then she writes letters to Ellen DeGeneres, and I'm like, hold on.
What?
Part of the book is her, like, her diary is her writing letters to Ellen DeGeneres. And then the baby that she names it Dory after Dory from
No,
Finding
ma'am.
Nemo that Ellen DeGeneres voices. And I'm like, how multiple people, so many people talk about this book and how terrible it is and how like it romanticizes domestic violence and how like awful that is. No one bothered to mention
The Ellen DeGeneres
like I found out about
behavior.
this like 2 years ago, like at least 3 years after it had blown up. Like it'd been popular for like 3-4 years at this point.
Wow. Wow. What?
And it was like in a casual conversation where one of my coworkers was like, yeah, and then at the Ellen DeGeneres letters. And I was like, I'm sorry, what?
Oh, you know, like the Ellen letters.
Like,
Infamous
how
Ellen
is
letters.
this
It's like the
not a
vagina
prominent
monologue, Ellen
thing
letters.
that multiple people don't talk about this? Like, how is this not like a, yeah, it's unhinged. And also she writes letters to Ellen DeGeneres. I feel like that should be part of it.
One of my best friends has read this book. I'm about to text her and be like, were there Ellen letters?
I swear. Because then of course we like had to grab it and like leaf through and see. And yeah, it's crazy, and I don't know why nobody talks about it. It's not included in the movie, obviously, although I think that was a miss. I think there should have been a cameo by Ellen just to really round things off with how
I
unhinged the
mean,
movie was.
put all the unlikable people in it at once.
Exactly.
I literally texted her. So, and it ends with us. Are there letters to Ellen DeGeneres?
I'm like, I can't even make that up. Like,
So weird.
yeah. I don't think she ever like mails the letters. I think it's like her way of keeping a diary.
Again, this is full on Eminem stan behavior.
Yeah.
It's creepy. It's weird. To name your
crazy.
kid Dory?
Yeah. She
That's
names the kid
cool.
Dory. Because she's just that obsessed with Ellen DeGeneres.
That's weird. That's so I've never heard this before. You kind of broke me, Catherine.
I know. I
don't know what to do with this information.
Yeah.
Sometimes feel like a woman trapped in a man's body. My brain is not a typical male brain. You know?
Well, you know what? Gender is a spectrum, and we're just...
And stereotypes are bullshit.
Yeah.
The first time I've heard of the Ellen and Dory thing.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
Glad I didn't read this. Eminem stan behavior. So the musician Eminem has a song called Stan about an obsessive fan who's writing him letters. And it gets more and more deranged as he's writing these letters about how much he relates to him, about his pregnant girlfriend. And in the end, he ends up killing himself and his pregnant girlfriend because Eminem won't respond to him. Just in time for Eminem to then respond to him. But it's a whole song called Stan. With Dido.
There you go.
I'm here for your elder millennial moment. It's where the word stan came from. Yes, you are correct, Julie. The idea of standing something is because of the Eminem song, of like being so obsessed that it consumes you.
Yeah.
It's because of Eminem. The man who changed our vocabulary and also gave us the song I had to watch you walk out the window. I guess that's why they call it window pane.
Terrible. On that note, I feel like we should read.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll never
I feel
forget that
like
lyric. Okay. Do you want to do another hour-ish?
yeah, let's do it.
How has your progress been, friend?
Good. I got another like a little over 10%, like 12% in.
So, what, you were still 40 left, so you're halfway to the finish from where you
Yeah.
started?
Yeah. You have like 40% left.
You sound so enthusiastic.
It's fine. It's just really long.
How many pages is it?
Let's see. It's like 300 pages, so it's not that long, but it feels really
Feels
long.
long. I
I
was gonna say
don't know,
300 is
man.
not bad.
No, I don't know.
Long is all subjective anyway.
Yeah,
It doesn't seem like you're super vibing with it though.
it's fine.
Fine.
This is fine. It is what it is.
Oh no. Is there a reason you don't want to DNF it?
Um, yeah, because I'm stubborn.
That sounds like a you problem, friend.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
absolutely.
doing this to
I never
yourself
said
now.
otherwise. And at this point, I'm 65% in, so I'm like, I've already spent all this time reading it. I might
Well,
as well
yeah,
finish
but
it.
before we started reading tonight, you weren't.
I know. Um, but you convinced me to read it, and now
I'm sorry,
here
I'm a
we
terrible
are.
friend. It's my
Here we
problem.
are.
I'm the problem, it's me. I'm so sorry.
We're like
I have done this to you.
25% more in.
Um, the novella on this one sucked
Aw, that's a
because
bummer.
it was the actual earthquake.
Oh,
So you got to see like Harlow get injured in the Elder Cave and
again?
Stacy fretting. Like it was all of like Rook's perspective on almost losing his mate and Stacy having to watch and like wait for what's his name to wake up.
I thought that was in the regular one of the last book.
I don't remember. I think the like initial like earthquake happened, but this like goes into a lot of detail.
Oh, I thought we got all that detail in the one before this
I don't know. I don't remember it.
because
But
it
like
was
it felt
like,
weird having like he gets his memory back, but let's relive the trauma.
yeah, because if I remember right, it was I can't remember
I
the
don't know, I have it right
characters'
here.
names, but it
Well, I
was
gotta move one of my many Scarlet Witches.
the
This one specifically. Just
okay.
a little gingerbread Scarlet Witch. To this guy, right?
Yeah,
That is the
because wasn't that the ending was there's like the earthquake and they're like, oh my
they're
god, and
going
the
to the
one like
village in the like the end. Well, you aren't reading the little epilogues, so I shouldn't look at you.
yeah. Yeah, wasn't it like they go there's the earthquake and whoever the main person is like runs back to try and save someone and almost gets injured or gets like really badly hurt
Um, they're
and the
signing,
one and the one guy's dad dies, the one
talking about the
elder.
city. Yeah, they talked about that in this epilogue in the book I just finished.
Because you must have seen the earthquake, because then otherwise his amnesia would make no sense.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like I don't feel like we did though. They're just talking about the city. No,
Yeah,
because at the
because they
very
go to
beginning of the book, they talk about like he went to go get spices, and then the earth started shaking, and then he had no memory.
yeah, but you see the reason why the book
Apparently, not in
before.
this version.
That's
It
so
comes at the end of
weird.
this one. It's not. It's not in this one. It's at the end of
Why
this
would
one.
it be after the fact? That makes no sense.
I was confused, Catherine. I'm not gonna lie. It's at the end of this one. So if people buy this one from you, you need to tell them to read the back of the book first.
That is so weird. I wonder, hold on. Wait, I can't remember if I have the indie version. Hold on. Oh, let me go look
This is
because
all
I can't
about
remember
Hassan
if I
finding the houses at the end of
can't
this
remember if I
one. They're
have
like,
the
yes, we
indie.
found a city. Everything's warm. Isn't it great?
Well, yeah, because they go to the city after. Which one was that?
Well, they go to the city after in this one, but this one is where they discover the city before they go to it.
Oh, I don't think I have the indie version of that
Oh, but
one.
here it says Rook is nearly feral after Harlow got hurt when the Elder's Cave fell on its side. So maybe
Yeah.
I'm not far enough back. Hold on.
Yeah, I feel like it was like halfway through. Like halfway through, and then they go.
Yeah, they might not have survived the earthquake either. Yeah, the earthquake's somewhere in the middle of this one.
Yeah, and then it's like the journey to the new like little
In
city
this one.
thing.
But the very
Yeah.
end of this, it's called Aftershock, is the little novella, the bonus novella Aftershocks. And it's literally like Rook's perspective being inside the cave with their child in the Elder's Cave / ship. And
Oh, you
like
get
it's
it
like
from Rook's
while
perspective.
it's live, yeah.
Gotcha.
Like from Rook and Harlow's perspective. There's some stuff from Georgie and Vectel. There's a little bit of like them observing Stacy. Well, what's his name is going? Rukar is going through everything. No, Rukar's the
Gotcha.
baby. I literally just finished this book and I don't remember the main guy's name.
I can't remember most of their names. It's fine.
They're weird names.
Well, because I know like the first one's Vectel, the
Oh, this
second
is the
one
wrong
is
book.
Rohash.
I need this one. Pashoff
Pashoff, yeah.
and Hassan.
Yeah.
Hassan. But yeah, I recommend reading the back of this book first
Yeah, that's so weird.
as a
Because
refresher.
I distinctly remember, I mean, it was only from the like main characters or whatever his name is, POV,
Yeah.
but you still like get everything. So
Yeah, but this is like from all of the different characters' POVs.
gotcha.
Which does
Interesting.
feel like it should be in between the book about the earthquake and the book about the recovery from the
Yeah.
earthquake.
Yeah, that
But
novella should be pre it should be the novella attached to the book before that.
yeah, but instead it's some like fluffy little epilogue instead.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't read any of the like little epilogue novellas.
That one sucked. Not because it was badly written, just it was sad. Like I got to
Yeah.
the happy ending and then I had to be sad again.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm here for. I'm here for the happy ending.
But the next book is fun. I really like the next one.
When's the next one? Should I wait for it or should I just download it?
I don't know.
Also, I put it in the chat, but a skunk got spooked in my backyard and sprayed
Yeah,
right
that's
behind
rough.
me.
That's
It
real
still smells
rough.
so awful. It's so bad. Because there's a lot of like critters in my backyard. So I heard a fight and then everything reeked. So it's 10, Barbarian's Hope. Oh, it's a It's a female Sakui.
Yeah, it's what's her name who
Oh, I
is
like
like
their cover in
mated.
the nation.
Yeah.
That feels like
She's the
a
one.
true bodice ripper.
Yeah. She's the one who's
Oh, I
like
like
who's mated, but he's really quiet, and she used to be like lovers with Vectal
it. Mhm.
like a long time ago, and then she like tries to flirt with all the other guys, but
Just been like
she's mated,
angry about not
so
having her freedom, and everybody just kind of hates her. Yeah.
yeah. I
Well, the
really
new
like it because
version,
it's like a second chance type romance.
it definitely has some sort of bonus at the end because the original is 214 and that one's 250.
Yeah.
I wonder what.
And then the one after that is Barbarian's Choice. And that one you get
Well, there's a
even
ship in the air on that cover in the original.
uh-huh.
That's
You get to
exciting.
see even more. Super
That's
fun.
exciting.
Start
That's the
to
thing that I
start
really enjoy about this is that there is like real world building. There's like stuff happening.
yeah, and you like are slowly piecing it together. Because I think when I first read it, I read the first four and I was like, okay, this is great. And I really love them, but it was like a little bit of the same thing over and over again. And then you get to book like 5 or 6, and you're starting to get a little bit more of the world and a little bit more happening. And yeah,
Yeah. You're like, wait, tell me more. Like, what's happening
like,
here?
oh, there's like lore happening.
Yeah, little nuggets of lore. It's
Hmm.
fun.
And it's slow, but like it's fun kind of piecing it together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it keep feeling that way for you? Because you're so much further than me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so you get to book, I want to say it's 14. I see. Pull up my chart.
Oh,
Yeah, you get to book 14, or I guess technically 13, because this includes Ice Planet Holiday, which is a novella. But
oh, some of that
um
is in one of the recent special editions.
okay, yeah. That one was like a separate book. But Ice Planet Holiday. So I guess technically it's 13, Barbarian's Lady. And then
That's got a
you
pregnant lady on the
go,
cover.
yeah, and then you go off world. You go and you start to see more of the
A rogue
universe.
slaver landed on the ice planet and captured the tribe. What?
For Barbarian's Lady, yeah.
Questions. These covers are hilarious. The original
I
ones.
know. I have a bunch of the originals. I don't have all of them, but I have a bunch. I love them. They're so fun.
They really are. Like they're a vibe. Like that first original cover is a vibe for book
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Noelle is in the chat.
No, what?
Hey,
See
Noelle. What's
friends.
up?
I love the
We're
new
just talking
picture.
about some Ice Planet Barbarian, nothing new.
Doing our thing. I did end up picking up Devil's Gun after finishing.
Good.
It was a jarring difference in
I'm
tone
sure.
and
Yeah,
mood. Because
totally.
the only well, not the only thing with a tail, but the main character with a tail in this book just had his brother killed violently before him, so he's just very sad.
Aw,
In the book
yeah, that's
before,
rough.
in this one, he died, but he's still like in his feels. Also, I love that these are all named after disco songs. So this is obviously Sexy Thing. This one's a song
Yeah.
called Devil's Den, which I had never heard in my life. But it's a bop. And then the third book is called Rumor Has It, which you would think is Adele, but no, it's Donna Summer.
For sure.
Just crawling out of the rock I've been living under. You know what? Everybody has an opportunity to live under a rock for a little while. I feel like we all deserve to not touch other humans and to just exist in our own space for a bit. I support it.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yes, this is the year you read Ice Planet.
Noelle, let me bring you in.
Wait, Noelle, don't you have the like original bind up? Am I making that up? Like the first 4 books? Why do I have a memory of this? I might be making it up. But I think that's where I was like, wait, there's a bind up? I love a bind up. I think they're fun. I'm scared, but I'm ready.
Listen,
we believe in you, Noelle.
So here's the Ice Planet journey. You start off and with the first one and you're like, what?
Excuse me?
And then you get to number 2 and you're like, oh, okay. The Kindle bind up. There you go.
I had a memory of a bind up. I'm not crazy.
And then you get to like book 5. Like I was saying earlier, book 1, like 1 through 4, it's a little bit of like you're feeling it out, getting used to the world, getting used to like what's happening. Get to book 5 and it starts to go down. You start to learn more about the world. You get more characters introduced. It's so fun.
Is that the
book? I think book 7 is where those two come, or book 6 is when
no,
they
not
come
the
in.
hearing person, the one with the implant.
I listen.
Erica?
You expect
where they
me
come back.
to. Yeah, I think so.
Where the basketball heads come back.
Yeah. Book, let me see here.
The only one that I definitively remember what book number it was is book number 4, because it's my favorite love interest.
I do love book number 4. I love book 8.
Oh yeah, we talked about it.
I like the one that I
literally just had 8 in my hand.
Yeah. 9 and 10 are really fun. 9, 10, and 11 are really fun. And then it gets a little like sleepy. And then if you read the like Ruby Dixon universe, then you go off planet for a bit. And that's great. I love the space pirates.
We've got to bounce, right? Like to a different one of the spin-off series.
Yeah, you go over. Yeah, so after Barbarian's Lady, you read Prison Planet Barbarian. And then you go into the Corsairs series. And then you get into the Rizdaverse. And then interspersed in the Rizdaverse, you have Corsair Brothers, which are more pirates. And then
the pirate moment.
Yeah, then you get Bad Guy, which is my all-time favorite so far. I love that one so much. He's a gladiator.
Love
He's
it.
been trained to kill.
Excellent.
But he loves her. It's so good.
Love it. Lillian Lark came out with another of the monster series.
Yeah, she came out with a new gargoyle one.
This is Married to the Devil. He looks like a gargoyle, though.
Yeah.
Is it a gargoyle?
Yeah.
Yes! I'm very excited. Well, why did I even try to read anything else if I would have known?
I don't know. I'm sure I posted it.
don't follow her. I should follow her.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't follow a ton of monster authors.
Gotta get on that.
I feel like the only one I do is Ruby. What's happening for Valentine's Day, speaking of monster romances?
There's Monster Stuff Your Kindle Day.
That's how I found the Haven Ever After series.
Yeah.
Was
There's
through
some
Stuff Your Kindle
fun
Day.
ones that I'm excited for. There's a couple sapphic mermaidy ones and a gay mermaid one.
Oh, the next book in the Haven Ever After is going to be a mermaid one.
Oh, fun. 20% stud, 80% muffin is in there too.
Oh, they already have the titles released? I thought.
Yeah, they've been releasing what's going to be available. It's on their Instagram.
Monster Stuff Your Kindle Day?
Yeah.
Excited. From aliens to yetis.
Yeah, there's one called All the Rage We've Ever Lived. Involves gladiator fights, MMF. It's the first book in a duet.
Oh, the sapphic one looks cute. Pray for me.
There's a couple. Which one?
Providence Girls. I like this one.
Yeah, that one looks really good. There's Mother of Pearl.
Gargoyle.
Mother of Pearl is an age gap. Sugar Baby.
Love. The Noble Merman.
Marked by the Sea looks fun.
Oh yeah, I just got to that one.
Yeah,
Demon Waters looks a little terrifying, not gonna lie.
I don't know if I'm gonna do that one.
It's like full on Cthulhu romance.
Yeah. I think even I have my limits.
I think I have Sweet Summer Serpentine from the last Stuff Your Kindle Day. Because while I'm not a Snape girly, Lillian Lark's Basilisk romance was a highlight of Monster March Madness. In fact, I think it won Monster March Madness.
That's good. Yeah, I'm not really a serpent. I'm also not really a tentacle person.
I didn't think I was going to be a serpent person until Lillian Lark told me that I could be.
Hold on. I have to find, it's not on the Stuff Your Kindle Day.
All the Rage We've Ever Lived, I already have on my Kindle.
I found a sapphic gargoyle one. Oh, what is it called?
That seems like a rarity.
I know. I saw it and I was like, oh my God, this is incredible. What is...
A lot of tentacles in their advertisement this year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of sea creatures for this Stuff Your Kindle Day.
The last book about mermaids I read, they ate people's faces off, so.
Ew. It's called The Librarian's Gargoyle. By Evelyn Shine. And if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it's cute. That cover's cute. She's a librarian by day, parkourist by night.
Yeah.
The last thing she wants is an arranged marriage. Ick. With a man. Double ick.
Like, this is so fun.
She can only vent her troubles to her confidant, a lady gargoyle, though the statue has never spoken back. Boadicea is the name of the gargoyle.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I love it. Sweet and spicy opposites attract romance.
And set in turn of the century Paris.
Love it. I have too many books to take it on right now from Kindle Unlimited. I feel like I could get rid of some of these though.
You can save it for later. I have like a
Oh, I
whole
don't need this
list
one
that's
at
like
all.
KU TBR.
Yeah, but there's definitely some in here that like I don't want to read that on Kindle Unlimited. I already have a physical copy of it. It's just still haunting my Kindle Unlimited
Oh,
sort of
gotcha.
things. Like a Murderbot book. Because a friend just gifted me the Murderbot bind ups. So like I have it. I don't need it on KU anymore.
Yeah.
Very excited about Married to the Devil. Very excited. I didn't even read the synopsis. I was just like, Lillian Lark wrote me another gargoyle book. The woman who taught me to love a gargoyle romance. Thanks to Catherine. Speaking
You're
of
welcome.
Catherine, are you going to be watching Six in the movie theater when the original cast production comes out? Isn't it going into movie theaters or is it just streaming somewhere?
It's going into theaters, but they've only said it's going into theaters in the UK.
Boo.
I know.
That's rude.
I'm sure at some point it'll come to the US or come to streaming of some sort, in which case, yes, of course.
Oh no, Married to the Devil is a standalone, but best read after Hoarded to the Dragon. I didn't read Hoarded to the Dragon because it was the pregnancy trope one.
Oh, yeah. It's short though, isn't it?
I think that's one of the longer ones. This one, though, is nearly 500 pages. This gargoyle romance.
Yeah. Hoarded to the Dragon is, oh yeah, it's 379. Ugh. Lillian.
Why do you do that to me? Yeah, I
When
haven't done
I'm excited, that's
Stalked by the Kraken or Ensnared by the Werewolf.
yeah. I've done Ensnared by the Werewolf because it's short.
I think I even gifted
70.
that to you.
I think you did. It's like 76
Like, wait, I
pages.
feel like I purchased a physical copy of this, but I don't own it. I liked the Lake Monster one. It was cute. It was short. That one was short. The Lake Monster one was short.
Yeah.
But the Kraken just doesn't really Roger my Hammerstein.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about Hoarded by the Dragon, besides just the pregnancy of it all, that wasn't necessarily calling to me.
Oh, this is not in order at all. That's crazy.
What?
On KU, like it has the books, but they aren't in like the correct order.
Of like release order?
Yeah.
Because Deceived by the Gargoyle shouldn't be the first one.
Yeah, Stalked by the Kraken is the first one. It goes like Stalked by the Kraken,
Deceived by the Gargoyles.
Deceived by the Gargoyles, and then I think it's Ensnared by the Werewolf, and then Entranced by the Basilisk,
and then
or Found by the Lake Monster actually might be, and then Entranced by the Basilisk.
God.
And then the dragon one.
The Lake Monster one could genuinely stand alone.
Yeah.
As could the Basilisks. Frankly, as could Deceived by the Gargoyles, because I feel
like most of them can stand alone.
Which is
like there's a little bit of things. Yeah.
Like I'm gonna just read Married to the Devil without Hoarded by the Dragon and just see what happens.
Yeah.
Roger, I have no thoughts about Scream 7. I gave up on Scream after Scream 3.
I've never watched a single Scream movie in my life.
The first one is good. The rest of them,
I have zero desire to watch a Scream movie. I don't do horror.
Fair. It was a like cultural moment when it came out. So that's when I watched it.
No, I don't do horror, and I don't do. Yeah,
that's fair. I don't do a lot of horror. I'm doing more now lately though, because the world is horror. But genuinely, it was traumatizing for me when the movie first came out because basically every outfit Rose McGowan wore, I had. Like I had the exact outfit she died in that I already owned before the movie came out, and it was very weird.
That is crazy.
A little jarring, but it's the first thing I
Yeah.
ever saw Matthew Lillard in Jamie Kennedy.
Mm.
Yeah, I have no thoughts. Sorry, friend. I know that apparently Matthew Lillard and Skeet Ulrich are supposed to be coming back to Scream, but they both die in Scream 1, so I'm not quite sure how that's supposed to happen. And you can't flash back to a middle-aged man when they were teenagers when they died. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Noah, when are you going to start Ice Planet? Now? Are you going to start Ice Planet now?
Right now, do it.
I do really like this new profile picture, though. She looks real badass.
So, very yeehaw, but like in a good way.
But like yeehaw, not in a red state.
Yeah, yeehaw and like yeehaw.
Yeehaw, yeah.
Yeah.
4 years overdue.
The profile pic change.
Yeah. Super cute.
Yeah. I like it. It suits you.
Well, okay. What? He has a daughter? What?
Huh?
I'm so confused. He was like 17. I mean, that's not saying he couldn't have had a daughter, but like, when did he have the time?
And here's the thing. I think 7 movies is too many.
Agreed.
Like
We did get it.
what more could you do?
I'm trying to think of any franchise that has gone past like 4 movies and not been atrocious.
I mean, Marvel was doing pretty good.
It was until Endgame.
Yeah.
WandaVision was good, but then everything after that, outside of Agatha, has been kind of screwy.
I don't know. I liked the first season of Loki. I did like Captain
Yes.
America and Winter Soldier.
I liked it, but I never think
Or
to
Falcon
rewatch
and
it.
Winter Soldier.
Yeah, like I
I
never
mean,
go
I
back
don't
to
rewatch any of them.
I've rewatched
Um,
I rewatch my trauma a lot.
Well, yeah, but that's also because you love Wanda, period. So
She has watched all the movies. She has a very firm opinion, and Skeet having a daughter was not plausible. Okay, I didn't feel like it was either, having not watched all the movies, and I've been confused.
that's crazy.
Fast and Furious has entered the chat. Listen, the only Fast and Furious movie I have watched is Fast and Furious 3 Tokyo Drift. So I am not a good judge of the Fast and Furious.
I've never seen a Fast and Furious movie in my life.
It's the one that people don't want to think about as like it has none of the main actors in it. It takes place it has like the kid from Sling Blade as the main actor. Like
yeah. No, I've never watched
I'm so sorry,
Fast and
Gene. No,
Furious.
you cannot watch Agatha without WandaVision.
No.
It is a precursor. It is a prerequisite course for Agatha.
Yeah, I've never. There's a lot of movies that people are surprised when I say I haven't watched them.
Yeah, I don't think we're missing as much as people want us to think we're missing out with the Fast and Furious franchise.
I know a movie that will make you mad that I've never watched.
Oh. Digame.
Never watched Jurassic Park. I know. Yeah.
So sorry. I'm so sorry for this lack in your life.
I just, it never really. Here's the thing. I'm a big scaredy cat. I don't like things like jumping out at me. I don't like anything spooky. And so when I was younger, I just never watched it because I was always, like, so scared the the
Yeah.
dinosaurs. I was like, "I
And
don't
they were
like."
well done, they're spooky.
Yeah, I'd seen, like, small clips and things, and I was like, absolutely not." And so now it's just gotten to the point where I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah.
I get that. Like, the thing that upsets a lot of people my age is when I tell them I've never seen E.T. because it was a big
Oh,
movie of our childhood, and
yeah.
I only caught a clip of it when I was little, where E.T. was sick, and it scared the pants off of me, and I didn't wanna watch it. And then when I was a teenager and was thinking about rewatching it, that's when Steven Spielberg went through this really interesting pacifist, like, era where he was re-editing some of his bigger movies and re-releasing them. So he re-edited E.T. to remove all of the guns out of the FBI agents' hands and put walkie-talkies and flashlights in them. And I was like, well, you know what though? If we thought we were being threatened by an alien force, I would like them to have something more substantial than a walkie-talkie.
I
This
feel
is
like I
dumb.
remember this, yeah.
This is dumb. And so then I didn't watch it because of that.
Yeah, I feel like I saw E.T., but it was one of those things where it was, like, on, but I wasn't, like, actively watching it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I've can't. But I get it. I'm just sorry for you because Jurassic
I
Park is a
did
perfect
watch I did
movie.
watch, Close Encounters.
Oh, I love that
I
movie.
watched that at Devil's Tower, so that
That's
was really
literally a bucket list item for me is to go to Devil's Tower.
it's really cool. Is we stayed in, like, a campsite, and they that part of the campsite was, like, every evening you watch Close Encounters
You
on,
might need
like, a
to
big
send me information
projectors.
about this campsite because that sounds like my cup of tea.
Listen, here's the thing, I'm pretty sure it was a KOA campsite,
Oh, nice.
and I don't know, like, where, but, like, somewhere around Devil's Tower.
I've always wanted to go to Devil's Tower, but I love that movie. It's
And KO
probably one of my favorite Spielbergs.
yeah. KO
But I like
campsites are always like they could be a cult or they could be fine, and you never know until
you
you get
never know what
there.
you're gonna get. You never know what you're gonna get.
Um, yeah, so
That is accurate. So fun story about Close Encounter for you. My mother grew up Catholic, and my mom's mom had a husband at the start of World War II, and he went missing in action. And they eventually found his body and buried him in North Africa because that was the
mhm.
theater he was in. But my mother and my grandmother ended up marrying my grandpa after the war. He was also a soldier, but came back fine. And my mom, not knowing what that movie was going to be about at all, took my nana to go see it in the theater. And the moment at the end where all of the soldiers start coming off of the ship as though nothing had ever happened, as
Yeah.
young as they were when they were abducted, my nana reached over and death gripped my mother's thigh because the
Jeez.
idea that Lenny Biscotti, her first husband, was out there somewhere in the universe and she had been living in sin with another man, she was unamused.
That's hilarious.
And that's one of the reasons I love that movie as much as I do, is just thinking of Nana flipping out at the end of that movie. Nana also lived in New York when the War of the Worlds broadcast happened, and she thought she was going to die.
Oh my god.
Poor
I
Nana.
feel like living in that time period is just a whole other thing.
She, bless her heart, she was a very gullible woman.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Uh, I hope it's a good experience for you, Roger.
And I love that for you.
And I am sorry for you, Jean. You're incorrect. She's amazing.
Yikes.
You're incorrect. She's my
Came in
favorite.
here fighting,
Like,
Jean.
I'm a
Damn.
little attacked right now.
Yeah.
She's my comfort character. And also, like, her story in WandaVision is the best story about a woman that Marvel has done.
Yeah.
Agatha's being a close second, but I'm preferential to Wanda, so I recognize that other people might not have that opinion, but
Fair
it
enough.
is required reading for Agatha all along. It is not a standalone.
So funny. Um,
See, I watched it in the original release in the theater, and I had already read the book because I was a psychotic kid.
that's good.
I found E.T. to be a traumatizing movie. I also dropped an entire box of popcorn at the beginning of the movie. Oh, sorry, Roger. She-Hulk was good.
She-Hulk
She-Hulk
was
was a
good.
funny, goofy time, but like the emotional journey that Wanda takes. And then they ruin it
And
all with Multiverse of Madness.
well, yeah. I am a Captain Marvel lover.
Oh, fair.
And
She's
no one,
amazing.
yeah, no one can change my mind about it.
No,
People
it's
have
fair.
tried, and I say, fight me.
No, Carol's amazing.
Yeah.
I found Scarlet Witch 20 years ago before she ever made an appearance in the MCU, and I love
Yeah.
her. I have her marriage issue with Vision in Giant Size X-Men #4. I have all of their books. I have a lovely reading list that goes along with WandaVision if you ever feel like taking that journey. Because my friend asked me for a Wanda reading list before WandaVision came out, and she was like, "Holy shit, you predicted everything in that movie." I said, "No, they just used the comic books. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not a psychic. The storyline is just really clear."
Fair enough. I've never been a comic book girly. I appreciate them for what they are,
Yeah,
but never really been my thing.
I've come to recognize that Scarlet Witch and my love of her comics are also like partially rebellion from my childhood. Because I wasn't allowed to read comics, period. Because the
Mm.
comic book that was most popular when I was a kid was Punisher. And my dad was like, "No, we're not
Oh,
letting you buy comic books. That looks terrifying." My brother wasn't allowed to read Hulk comics because my dad thought that the Hulk was green because of witchcraft. And
sure.
so, yeah, makes sense. Definitely science, bad science, but science. And then witchcraft. And so when I started looking at comics, I gravitated towards the actual magic user,
Yeah, the actual witch.
the literal witch who fell in love with a robot. So like I think that in and of itself is an act of rebellion. And then a lot of the stuff that happened in their run fell into like there was a period of comics that they refer to as the Bronze Age in the 80s where Marvel just did some bonkers shit. And that is what my comic collection is mostly comprised of. So, like, for 6 issues, Captain America became a werewolf. I
Yeah,
have
for
all
sure.
of I have all of the Capwolf run. At one point, and they actually used a lot of the plot line and like a little bit in Civil War and a little bit in Falcon and the Winter Soldier of the captain, where basically they told Captain America he didn't own the rights to his own name and that they were going to recast Captain America. And at that point, the Serpent Society turned Ronald Reagan into a snake. Literally turned him into a snake. I have that issue. That's a fun one.
I mean, wasn't he already a snake?
I also have an issue where the X-Men go to the State Fair of Texas.
Totally. I do love how bonkers comics are.
It can get real wonky.
Well, they'll be very satirical, and they'll have like a lot of like great political commentary, and then they just throw in the craziest thing they can think of.
And then Captain America's a werewolf.
And then they're like, Captain America will be a werewolf. I feel like that's kind of like what if was, where they're like, hey, we know things have been like rough.
like, let's just give you all of the chaos. Let's have some fun.
let's be a little silly.
Yeah. It's it's a silly, goofy time. And there are
Yeah.
some comic books that are real serious. There are comic books that have ripped my heart out and made me cry. And there are comic books that are just goofy goobers, and I love them.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Haha, we
Convinced her.
convinced Dean to watch WandaVision.
Yes. We did it. We did it, Joe. Totally forgot about She-Hulk. She-Hulk was fun. Megan Thee Stallion's cameo was my favorite part of. Well, no, I lie, because actually, what's her name? Madison is probably my favorite part of She-Hulk.
I think I finished She-Hulk around that time that was coming out, and there was like a couple other ones coming out. Was when I like was moving away from watching Marvel stuff because trauma.
I don't think I've watched a Marvel movie since the Marvels.
I didn't watch the Marvels either.
Oh, you enjoy that one.
I think I would too. I just like, so I watched, what was the last one that came out before I left Disney?
Wasn't the Ant-Man
Maybe
one,
Spider-Man?
Okay.
No, Ant-Man came out like right after I left. I think
haven't watched that one.
Yeah, I think it was Spider-Man.
Spider-Man was good though.
It was. I really liked it.
That might have been the last good one. Jean, yeah. Don't watch the Marvels until after WandaVision. It is also a prerequisite for the Marvels.
Yeah.
But whatever you do, don't watch Multiverse of Madness. Don't give it your time or attention. It is garbage.
Yeah, that one was rough. Or maybe I did watch Multiverse. Was Multiverse before or after Spider-Man?
It was before, I think.
No, it would have had to be after.
After, yeah.
Because then Doctor Strange.
Yeah. It had to have been after.
Okay, so
I got COVID when that movie came out, and my best friend, who I always see it with, her and her husband, I see all the Marvel movies with, she called me after they watched and was like, just know that I'm glad that you didn't come, and I'm here for you whenever you are healthy enough to watch this. But please avoid the internet.
Yeah.
I'm here for you.
That's a fun thing.
Yeah, that was when we had Infinity War. Her husband accidentally, like, they would buy a big group of seats for all of us to like go together with the big group, and he ended up inviting somebody who invited their girlfriend, and so my seat got claimed. But we figured it out really quickly, so I was able to book a seat right in front of them. Instead of sitting next to my best friend, I was right in front of her. And the moment where she had to destroy Vision only to have him brought back to life and destroyed in front of her again. And I'm just in my feels in my row by myself, just sitting by myself. I feel a hand come onto my shoulder, and I think that it's my best friend. And I look over and it's her husband. Who's like, I'm so sorry you're alone for this right now.
That's rough. Yeah, wait. Okay, so Far From Home. Oh, Black Widow. I did like Black Widow.
Black Widow was good. I'm looking forward to Thunderbolts, I will say. I'm very excited for Thunderbolts.
Oh, wait. There's quite a few. Okay, wait. No, the No Way Home. Okay, wait. So there's...
No Way Home was Spider-Man.
Far From Home, Black Widow,
Captain Marvel,
Shang-Chi.
WandaVision, The Marvels, Agatha All Along is technically the order for you. So sorry, what were you? So we had Far From Home. Was it Endgame, Far From Home?
Yeah, Endgame, then Far From Home. Then Black Widow, then Shang-Chi, then Eternals, then No Way Home.
Shang-Chi was good.
I really like Shang-Chi.
Eternals is not worth the time. I'm gonna say it.
My whole thing with Eternals was I thought there was a lot of good. The concept was good, but the problem was they were
with it.
Well, yeah. So the problem is that they basically tried to do the Avengers movie of like, here's all these people coming together to destroy this big bad. but we didn't know who they were, and so then they had to, like, work in everyone's backstory, and so it was 90% backstory, and
Yep.
then it was and I'm like, these characters are super interesting, but we haven't had enough time to care about them."
If you could have just sprinkled some of them in to some of these other films first, like they did
Yeah.
with Black Panther, right? They didn't just go to a Black Panther movie. They brought T'Challa into other films first.
Yeah, and with Spider-Man too.
Well, that's also legal issues.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But no,
Eternals
they
has
brought Spider-Man in to he was in Civil War before his own movie came
yeah.
out.
Well, and the fact that they could even get the rights to bring in Spider-Man for Civil War was a huge deal. And we didn't know that they were going to be able to get the rights to do actual movies for Spider-Man because of Sony owning the rights to Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, and I love the actors in the Eternals. Like
Mhm.
Kumail Nanjiani and Brian Tyree Henry. Love.
Mhm. Mhm.
So Jean just doesn't watch Marvel. That's what she's telling us.
Mar Gene, it's okay.
It's
There
okay.
at
You
this
don't have to watch
point,
any of it.
there's too much. They're all
Yeah.
interconnected.
Black Panther
Yeah,
1 is
so
good. Black Panther 2, okay.
the last Marvel movie that I watched was the second Black Panther.
Yeah. Did that one come out
It
after the
came out in
Marvels or before?
2022.
I think
It
you'll like the
came
Marvels. There's a musical theater moment that is just it
No,
felt
I you
like
don't
a
have
love.
to convince me that I'll like it. I'm sure I'll like it. I just don't I was so Marvel
Oh,
movied out and so
yeah.
Avengered out
No,
that
I get it. But
I
Jean
didn't
also
wanna go.
not only is WandaVision a precursor to the Marvels, so is Kamala Khan, Miss
Yeah,
Marvel.
yeah, Miss Marvel, and doesn't oh,
I
no, I
will say
guess
I
she's
didn't
done that.
watch Miss Marvel until after the Marvels, so I wasn't terribly lost. You don't
Yeah.
have to. Like, you don't technically have to watch WandaVision for
I did
the
watch
Marvels.
Miss Marvel. I didn't watch Loki. I started Loki season 2 and then I was like, I can't remember what happened and I don't care.
I I was angry at them for not recasting Jonathan Majors before season 2 because they knew.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't yeah.
they knew. He'd already been accused. He was already going to go on trial. Like, you should have protected your brand better, and I don't want to give him attention. So like, as excited as I was for Kang, and I was so freaking excited for Kang. Like, I can't bring myself to watch Loki too.
Yeah. I watched, like, the first episode and I was like, I don't remember anything.
All no thoughts, only vibes. Seen Endgame. It was disappointing. Meanwhile, I just sobbed my way through Endgame. I was not okay when Cap got his dance.
Gene
I
is
was
coming
not
in
okay.
here What?
I was not okay when Cap got his dance in Endgame.
Oh, that was the one thing I didn't like.
Oh, I was not okay. I was not okay.
No, I didn't like that because I watched, Agent Carter,
Which was good. It was a really
and
good show.
I love Daniel Sosa, and you're like, "Okay, so now what? This is silly."
Alternate timelines.
My hot take is that Cap should have died, but I know it's a crazy take, but
You're not the only person I've heard with that take.
yeah.
But like he essentially did.
Yeah.
He got old. They still gave him an ending. Yeah, Agent Carter was really good. I didn't have a lot of hope for Marvel TV shows at first because of how Agent Carter and whatever the one with
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
yeah, that one.
I loved
It's like
Agents of
whichever one had
S.H.I.E.L.D.
Jennifer Grey's husband in it, and I couldn't remember Coulson to save my life. I could just remember that he's married to Baby from Dirty Dancing,
For sure. And
who
you
is
know
Joel
what?
Grey's daughter.
Good for him.
I know.
Like, Damn.
Bravo, buddy. Bravo. He did
Yeah,
that.
I really liked Agents of Shield, but then I did stop watching. When did I stop watching? Around what movie was that? That Winter Soldier. So
Mm.
I watched Winter Soldier, then I watched the episode of Agents of Shield where you find out like, oh, Shield is splitting apart. And then I watched the next season and then I stopped. Because then there was
Yeah, I
too
think
much
I
going
stopped
on.
around that time.
Yeah. They were introducing more like alien stuff, and I was like, oh, this is too much.
I love Simu. I was really worried his movie would be a disappointment. No, Shang-Chi was fun.
Yeah, I really like Shang-Chi.
Shang-Chi doesn't necessarily feel like a Marvel movie, but it was fun. And we get one of my favorite side actors in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Benedict Wong.
Yeah.
I love that big Wongers.
Yep.
I love him so much. I just love that actor. I love Benedict Wong.
Yeah.
He plays my favorite character in Three Body Problem too. I was very excited when he got cast.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Agents of Shield did go off the rails. That's pretty much why we all stopped
Yeah.
watching. And then Agent Carter was doing really well, and they just canceled it because
And
it
they
was a
canceled
female.
it.
Because they hate us.
Except it did kind of come to a natural end.
Yeah.
I will say at least like the ending was satisfying. It didn't feel like there's so many shows
Yeah.
now that they cancel and you're like, well, now we'll never know. And we're
Oh,
left on
like
a
Chaos?
cliffhanger. Yeah. I was
Never
thinking
ended.
My Lady Jane.
I haven't watched that yet.
Oh, it's so good. But they canceled it after the first season. So
Yeah. I will say though, at least the first season of Chaos does feel like you've completed a story arc. You know that there's more of the universe. You know that more is supposed to come, but it does at least wrap up a lot of stuff in that first season.
yeah.
But I wanted more Jeff. I would like for Apple TV to pick it up so that I could have more Jeff, please. Thank you.
I need to go to sleep.
Yeah. I'm so tired. But it's been so lovely getting to chat with you, Catherine. And everybody in the chat.
Oh,
So that was a
out.
surprise. That was our last sprint.
I can't hear you.
Hello?
Okay, there we go.
Hello?
That was so weird.
How strange. I was just saying it was so lovely to chat with you.
It was lovely to chat with you too.
Well, I'm on my Ice Planet journey. And for thank you for jumping on at completely last minute and hanging out with me tonight, Catherine.
Always a good time.
Thank you guys so much, and I will see you next time. And I've got to hit the 3 buttons to make the stream stop now.